Good afternoon, everybody. Back live at the PWBA Minnesota Open from Treasure Island's Island Extreme Bowl in Welch, Minnesota, about an hour outside of Minneapolis. Lucas Wiseman here with you on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. We're ready to get started with our second round of qualifying. Games 7 through 12 here in the qualifying at this event this week. It is our standard PWBA format for the non-major events. 12 games of qualifying, cut to the top 16 for match play tomorrow. Top 4 make the stepladder finals tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. We start off this second round on 15 and 16 with Natalie Cortez, Samantha Shaden, Liz Johnson, Brooke Bauer, and Jessica Abel. And over on 17 and 18, Brianna Caldwell, Shannon O'Keefe, Elise Bolton, Sandra Gongora, and Catherine Sutphin for this 7th game of qualifying overall. Game number 1 here in round 2. First 6 games took place this morning. And our leader after the first 6, Brianna Caldwell of Red Rock, Arizona at plus 253. A 242.17 average for the first 6 today for Brianna Caldwell, who just happens to be on our featured pairs for this first game. Shannon Pluhowski of Dayton, Ohio, second place at plus 235. Shannon appears to be on her way to another good week after making the show last week and finishing second. Third place, Missy Parkin, plus 222. Danielle McEwen at plus 180 is in fourth place. Fifth place, Kelly Kulik at plus 178. Stephanie Johnson at plus 177. Stephanie must have had a big finish to that first round this morning as she jumped up quite a bit to sixth place at plus 177. Seventh place is Sandy Gongora at plus 170. Liz Johnson at plus 159. Rocio Restrepo plus 154. Christina Wendell at 149. Kayla Bandy 143 and Jackie Carbonetto at 141. Diana Zafialova plus 138. Megan Kelly at 125. Jody Wessner plus 119 and Catherine Sutphin at plus 117. So your cut average currently sitting at 219.5 with 6 games to go in qualifying. watching the PWBA Minnesota Open here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. This is game number 7 overall, game 1 in this second round. Tournament leader Brianna Caldwell on our featured pairs for this game, and she is showing you why she's the leader. She's got 6 in a row currently, after starting with a couple of spares. A 6-bagger on the board for Brianna going into the 9th and 10th frames. She can max out at 279 this game. Shannon O'Keefe also bowling well here to start off round 2, as she had the front 5 before going 9 spare strike spare. And also Sandra Gongora bowling well, as is Brooke Bauer. So Caldwell with the 10-pin in the 9th ends her string of strikes, but still a great start to round 2 for Brianna Caldwell. She led qualifying a few weeks ago, but has yet to make a championship round appearance. Match play begins tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll have 16 games of match play tomorrow, followed by the stepladder finals at 6:30 p.m. Central. All of the action right here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Next week we go to the PWBA Detroit Open at Super Bowl in Canton, Michigan. .258 opening game for Sandra Gongora. It's a nice start for Sandy. Brianna Caldwell 234 with that open in the 10th. And Shannon O'Keefe with that split conversion. Also looking to be in the 230s this game. Big scores here, game number 1 on our featured pairs. Brook Power 236. Had a lot of big scores on 17 and 18. Those bowlers have moved on now. We'll have some new bowlers coming in just a few minutes. right, game 2 underway. We've got Denise Schwant, Sarah Munch, Lindsay Boomershine, Lauren Pate, and Amanda Cortez on 15 and 16. And over on 17 and 18, Kayla Johnson, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Katie Ann Sopp, Kayla Mandy, and Megan Buja. right, after 7 games, we've got a new leader in the standings after that first game of round 2. giving us 7 total games. Missy Parkin back on top after shooting .280 in game 1. She's at plus 302 now. Second place, Missy Parkin. I'm sorry, second place is Shannon Blahowski at plus 292. Brianna Caldwell at plus 287. Sandy Gongora plus 228. Danielle McEwen rounds out the top 5 at plus 225. Rocio Restrepo at plus 222. Kayla Bandy and Kelly Kulik both at plus 201. Christina Wendell plus 187. Diana Zaviolova plus 181. Jackie Carbonetto plus 179. Megan Kelly plus 165. Stephanie Johnson plus 155. Liz Johnson plus 150. Jody Wessner 145. And Lindsay Boomershine currently 16th at plus 138, a 219.71 average after 7 games with 5 to go. Lots of strings of strikes on 17 and 18 once again this game, as Kayla Johnson and Kayla Bandy both have the front six, and Maria Rodriguez has a chance to take her string to the front six as well this game. Pin ends up ending Maria's string. Kelly Johnson took it to the front 7. Kayla Vandy could not, and she leaves the 6'10" in the 7th frame to end her string. So Kayla Johnson, the last one standing on our featured pairs here with the front 7. Here's Kayla Johnson, front 7. And kind of a weak 10 there, ends the string at 7 in a row. Had a few close calls so far today, but Kayla comes up a little bit short there with that weak 10 in the 8th. Game 2 coming to a close on our featured pairs. It was another high-scoring game on 17 and 18 for the second consecutive game. We've seen a lot of high scores on that pair. Kayla Johnson, 256. Maria Jose Rodriguez had a 255. Katie Ann Sopp, 235. Caleb Andy, 222 after a couple of opens to close it out. And like I said, we had big scores on that pair the first game as well. As we wrap up game 2 on 15 and 16 and wait for our next group of bowlers to come in for game number 3 here in the second round of qualifying at the PWBA Minnesota Open. right, game 3 underway on 17 and 18. Stephanie Johnson, Stevie Moores, Danielle Vandermeer, Missy Parkin, and Andrea Ruiz on that pair. Waiting for our next group to come over to 15 and 16. It looks like they are here and getting ready to start. Angie Ramirez, Carrie Smith, Ashley Galante, Deandra Beatty, and Jamie Martin will be on 15 and 16 for game 3 here in round 2 of qualifying. Stephanie Johnson throughout the day has been kind of up and down in the standings, and she's trying to stay perfect this season in terms of making match play appearances. She has made match play in every event so far this season, trying to keep that string alive and also trying to maintain her lead in the points list. Just a few events to go. Jason Thomas is here. Hi, Jason. Turn your microphone on for you.
Good afternoon.
Hello there. And yeah, Stephanie has been our points leader now for a while after a pretty consistent start to the season, and now we are 60% through the season, about 4 events to go, and I would say that she's in good shape, but there's a lot of points to be handed out at the 2 majors that close out the season, since they are worth more in the points list.
Yeah, the top 2 spots are the big spots to hold on to, because that's going to get you automatically on the TV show. So right now that would be Stephanie and Kelly Kulik, and Kelly's been making a big run the last 3 weeks. She's gone 3rd, 8th, 2nd, so or 2nd, 8th, 3rd. So yeah, I mean, Kelly's rounding into form, and you know, obviously Stephanie's just had a great season all around, but you just want 1 or 2 seed. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and then for the Player of the Year race, it really is quite likely that it'll come down to the show at the PWBA Tour Championship, because there's, you know, first place is 22,500 points, 4th place 13,500, so it's a pretty big gap between 1st and 4th in the points. So it could be whoever wins that show might be the Player of the Year, or, you know,
it's very likely, because
we'll see.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 players going in will be on the show,
right?
So, and that's going to compound the points that they earn for the Tour Championship. So it's very likely that one of those 2 players will be the Player of the Year. But it'll be nice to be able to decide Player of the Year right there in that last, you know, season-ending tournament.
Yeah, that could change if, you know, Stephanie or Kelly win the U.S. Women's Open or something. There's so many points available in that tournament as well the week before that, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility for somebody to be so far ahead that it's determined, but sure seems like it might be pretty close going into that last week.
Definitely. And, you know, then again, if some of the players near the bottom of the point list end up making it to the show, then there's really not going to be any way for them to catch up to the 1 or 2 seed players. So but you know, again, it's going to come down to that last tournament to decide Player of the Year, and it also could even decide Rookie of the Year as well, because you know, this is probably the best rookie class in the history of the PWBA, considering that there's been 12 years of rookies piling up.
Exactly. I don't know what percentage of the PWBA members are eligible for Rookie of the Year, but it's a very high percentage.
It is. I mean, basically Kelly, Liz, Carolyn, Anne Marie, Tish, you know, those are your players that aren't eligible. Most of the rest of the players never had a chance to bowl on tour. So a couple of good groups in front of us right now. Ashley Galante, Carrie Smith up on the left pair. Stevie Moores, they're throwing the ball on the right. Andrea Ruiz about to get up here on the right of Carrie Smith. Scores are a little higher this week. Right now it's just under 220 average to make finals after 8 games.
Yeah, we just got the update after 8 games, and we have another new leader, Shannon Plahowski, the lefty at plus 351. Big total thanks to a 516 for the first 2 in this round. Missy Parkin at plus 315, Brianna Caldwell plus 312, and Danielle McEwen at plus 291. That's your top 4 right now. Sandy Gongora at plus 285, Restrepo at 249, and Zafialova plus 236. 8th place is Kayla Bandy plus 223. Kelly Kulik drops a little bit to plus 212. 9th place for Kelly. Jackie Carbonetto is 10th place, plus 204. Liz Johnson in 11th at 198. Stephanie Johnson at 186. Christina Wendell at 172. Megan Kelly plus 166. Jody Wessner plus 161. And on the bubble is Claire Guerrero plus 156. Elise Bolton first out, 5 pins behind 6th, 16th place at plus 151. And Lindsay Boomershine is 18th at plus 140. She's
got another chance to be the alternate.
Yeah, 3-time 17th place finisher on the tour this season. Not an enviable position. I'm sure she's cringing at the idea of being there again. And now Jason Thomas will tell the story about how he was the alternate 17 weeks in a row or something one season.
Yeah, it was 5.
Oh, 5 weeks
in
in
one
a row.
season.
5 times in a season.
For a year,
yeah, and Lindsay's got a chance to get pretty close to that in a shorter number of events, right?
Yeah, 11 events to do it, so that's impressive.
Well, let's hope that she doesn't do it again. Let's hope she sneaks into the cut.
Well, we've been giving her a hard time on tour because, of course, we love her. So we were last week. I said hello to her and I said, "Hey, what's up, alternate? How are you?" And she's like, "Oh, that's dirty. That's mean." And then we ran into her here at the steakhouse at the Treasure Island Resort here, and she said something about I love steak more than anything in the world. And I said, even more than being alternate? And yeah, sure. So I'm really just trying to get her to forget about it, Or,
yeah. Well, if she can make a cut, that would be nice. I'm sure she'd be happy to not be the alternate 1 week.
She's having a good season.
No, she is. She's having a good season.
And she's just outside of the top 16 for the Tour Championship. So making a cut would really help her cause, trying to get into that event. But definitely a different feel to this week's event. It's a smaller bowling center, 24 lanes. We're at a casino resort in Welch, Minnesota, which is a very popular place for folks to come and spend a weekend or a little staycation and just do a little gambling, a little golfing, and come stay at the resort. So it's and we've got a big crowd here. Been full all day today.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect in terms of the crowd here because, quite honestly, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere out here, about an hour from Minneapolis. But it's sometimes that's the case with Indian casinos like this one is, where they kind of get outside of the city. But yes. There's a lot of people who've shown up, drove in from Minneapolis to watch.
Well, they do a really good job here of coordinating with the casino that the ladies are here. So they'll run a lot of promotions in the casino to let people know that the pro bowlers are here, and you get great crowds all day, especially when the casino traffic starts to go up, and that's kind of what we've seen here with the PBA 50 events that they've held, and now with the PWBA.
Well, this part of the country is definitely big in terms of number of bowlers and bowling fans. Wisconsin, Minnesota is pretty big time for bowling. So it's no surprise that we have a lot of folks coming out to watch. Expect a full house tomorrow as well. We've had great crowds throughout the season, and this week no exception.
Yeah, and another thing that's going on this week while we're here is, for those of you who are subscribers to the Bowling Academy or the Increase Your Average series that we do, we've got a film crew here following Kelly Kulick around this week, and we're going to be producing a DVD that will feature Kelly as she goes through the event. So it's going to focus on every move she makes, every breath she takes.
I was going to say, yeah. Are you quoting song lyrics
now? We'll be watching
now?
her. Yeah. But no, we're gonna take you through her whole tournament. We're gonna talk about her ball changes, her moves, her adjustments, what went wrong, what went right, and she's gonna do a commentary on and kind of walk you through her way through the tournament. So it should be a great series and some great insight for people looking to figure out how to play, not just this particular pattern, but just how to strategize your tournament bowling in general.
Kelly's not doing too bad this week. She's kind of middle of the pack in terms of the top 16, sitting in 9th place at plus 212. She's not bowling great this game, but there's a number of games left out there. Usually Kelly's one you can pencil in to make a cut no matter what the pattern is, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like every week she's just getting better and better. And she really hasn't had a week where it's just been her A game. Other than the Queens was pretty close, but then that format kind of neutralizes your advantage by going into the double elimination. So, she dominated in that event, her and Verity Crawley in qualifying. But Kelly's been qualifying near the top of the leaderboard every week ever since the 1 week where she missed the finals back in Lubbock. But as I mentioned before, she's gone 2nd, 8th, 3rd the last 3 weeks. Wouldn't be surprised to see her pop off a win. Get a look here at where Carrie's playing the lanes. It's a 47-foot pattern, so players started inside a second arrow. Carrie just inside of that, right around 13, the arrows. Deeper. She's crossing just inside a 4th arrow, and she's got the front 4. Makes sense because her ball speed a little bit softer, and she likes to throw equipment that looks a little bit more on the back.
I think this is our longest pattern of the tour so far, 47 feet, but it's pretty low volume. It's looking at this pattern, it looks like it's basically Paris from the WTBA patterns.
Yeah, 21, just under 21 ml volume, so not a very high volume pattern. there is some friction out there. The pattern we used in Sacramento which was a long pattern, was a little higher volume. But not surprising to see Christina Wendell bowl well. She dominated on the long pattern in Sacramento. Missy Parkin is off to a good start in the tournament. Just hasn't quite figured out how to carry very well on these patterns. She's kind of been close every week, but just can't figure out how to get the ball to knock 10 down. Ramirez probably wouldn't hurt to go take a peek at what Shannon Plowski's doing.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But, you know, Shannon's a little unique. She has that plant and high ball speed, and she can kind of play a little further left of where all the other lefties can play.
Yeah, Plowski, the highest left-hander in our points, in 10th place. She's pretty much dominated the left side. I don't know that there's anybody else even in the top 32.
Yeah, I mean,
Tish Johnson is 40th.
We don't really have a lot of lefties bowling. I mean, that's kind of the thing about that. I mean, Shannon's actually second in average on tour. She's in the top 10 in money and points and all those other categories. She's made 2 stepladder finals. You know, she's clearly the best lefty we have out here on tour.
And she made the show last week.
Yeah, almost won. Had a chance in the 10th there.
Rosillo's got the front 8 this game, off to the right of our featured pairs.
And she made the show in Sacramento.
Yep, finished 4th. It was her best finish of the season.
She could use a good week. She's right at the cut line for that tour championship top 16. So,
and of course that cut line could change each week as people who have won tournaments either go in or out of the top 16.
Correct. We have one player that's out of the top 16 right now that's locked into the field, which is Alicia Current. I was going to say
Alicia Current,
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's here this week, is she?
No, she's taking the week off. But she's locked in the field because she's a winner on tour this year, and she's holding down the number 16 seed.
So that means your cut line would actually be 15 players from the points list.
Correct.
I'm going to guess that we won't have too many winners who are outside of the top 16. Although you never know, so many points available at the U.S. Women's Open. It's possible that, you know, if one of those players who has won a tournament this season has a bad U.S. Women's Open, can lose a lot of ground in the points.
Sure. And then Kelly, who's number 2, hasn't won a tournament.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Yeah. And we haven't had a repeat winner yet either.
No, we haven't. Every winner in the standard PWBA Tour events this summer has been a first-time champion. Of course, Liz Johnson won the first major, the Queens, but all of the standard events have been won by first-time champions. Had Alicia Current, Jazriel Tan, Stephanie Johnson, Liz Culkin, Amanda Green, all former collegiate players that have come up. Jazriel, the only amateur of the bunch.
Yeah, we've given out a lot of banners.
Yes, we have.
Year. And we'll give out another one next week. Amanda Green not here this week, so we'll have her banner presentation next week in Detroit.
Rosillo's getting ready to bowl with the front 8 over on 19, so we'll keep it posted on that.
You'll get to see her bowling ball go down the lane.
Yeah, on the other side of the posts. Three more games to go after this game wraps up, and qualifying to finalize our top 16 for tomorrow. And Rosillo looks like she struck again, front 9.
Christina Wendell on that pair with Rosillo can also shoot a big score. She can shoot 280, 3 in the 10th. So it's a nice doubles team there. Angie Ramirez crosses over for the turkey. Been the story for Ashley Galante. Just can't strike very much. She
can't find a way to get her ball to go through the pins the right way to carry, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's either too much angle and the ball quits, or it's never gets rolling up, and it's been a lot of 10 pins, a lot of spare practice. Missy Parkin with another strike, so she can still shoot 278 this game.
Well, last week Amanda Green averaged 238.58 to lead qualifying, and that was our highest qualifying total of the season so far. It seems like we've got some of our ladies this week have a chance to beat that and put our highest qualifying total of the season on the board.
Yeah, she was a good 10 pins a game higher than the next player. And then this week, though, we've got, a bunch of players that are 235 or better.
Yeah, without question, I think this is the highest scoring in terms of the top players.
Well, it was interesting because I saw a couple probably misinformed folks on Twitter saying maybe.
Find that hard to believe.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe these ladies aren't as good as everybody thought they were, and it's kind of just because of the scores. And what's happening is we're putting out 1.7 to 1 ratio oil patterns, and they're not too easy to score on. And this week it's more closer to 2.7 to 1, which is still sport compliant. And you're just seeing how good they are, with several averaging over 235. So if we made them 10 to 1 like the league shot, everybody would average 250, and the leaders would be averaging close to 270. So, but these ladies, they want to be challenged. I haven't had a single lady come up to me since the start of the tour and say the lane conditions are too hard. It's always, I like them like this because it's a challenge, or I need to work on my game and get better.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get too many complaints about the lane conditions being too difficult. You might get some complaints if they're too easy.
Right.
But in general, I think professional bowlers don't complain too much when they're on the more difficult side. I think that in general, the pro bowlers for both the men and the women would prefer that it's on the more challenging side.
Absolutely, and we had Ryan Schaefer around last week giving us compliments on the patterns and some of the other policies that we've put into place, and he's a tough critic, so we took that as a nice compliment that we're doing the right thing.
And all the credit goes to the folks at Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider for the PWBA Tour. Jason, I was bowling league this past week, and the lane conditions have been a little inconsistent week to week, and it just made me appreciate more how important it is what Kegel does out here for us week to week to make sure that the lane conditions are the best they possibly can be, because it's not as easy as it looks to be able to do that. Anybody can push a button on a lane machine, but not everybody can do it with the precision and the consistency that the folks from Kegel can, and not everybody can develop and determine the appropriate patterns for each tournament, based not only on having some variety, but also having a pattern that is on par with what the surface is like at the bowling center. That's all very important, and that's stuff that they look at all that stuff. And as I'm droning on here about Kegel, Rocio missed first shot in the 10th.
Yes.
She'll shoot 279. But a lot of strikes. This block seems to be more higher scoring than the last block was at the start. We have there were 3 of the women who were more than 100 over for the first 2 games. Missy Parkin at just below 100 under for the first 2 at 493. But
yeah, and she's shooting 270 this game.
She shot 767 for her first 3 this morning, and she can actually top that if she strikes out 9th and 10th. So scores certainly seem to be going up a little bit this afternoon.
Stevie with a stone 8.
We've seen a lot of those today.
She even made it wiggle a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stone 8s today on these pairs.
That's what I've heard. I had lunch with the videographers that are following Kelly around, and they said she left 3.
Yeah, there've been a lot.
Yeah, which she bowled well the first block, but that's probably 60 pins that she lost there with solid 8s, and that puts her at 272 instead of 212 over.
And sometimes you'll see a lot of solid 8s from players who throw it a certain way or a certain style, but it hasn't mattered here this week. It's just no matter what style of ball speed, entry angle, solid 8s seem like they're pretty common here, and that could just be a house characteristic.
Yeah, they nail the 8 pin to the deck here.
At least it's an easy spare to make.
Yeah, you saw Ashley on that shot there. She made a ball change, something a little bit weaker, and actually moved left, softened up and tried to tilt it a little bit more. And see, she lost the pocket. She's trying to get a little more angle going into the pins, and ball bounced off the spot a little bit too hard. Angie Ramirez was working on a 4-bagger there. Stephanie Johnson with a little fist bump. She's trying to bail this game out. She was on a 195 pace through 7. She can still shoot 225. Yeah,
she needs to do something. If you look at the scores of the top 16 for the first 2 games today, Stephanie with the lowest total of anybody at +9 for the first 2 games today. So she's kind of, as the scores are going up, she's actually going down, and that's a bad combination.
It is, especially because she's a player that you would think would get her pins earlier rather than later. She's certainly capable of moving in and hooking it, but you would think she would prefer to get them when she can play out a little bit further to the right. With a solid shot there. She can shoot 279.
I don't think Deandra was too far back of 16th. She's at plus 95, so actually she is more than 60 pins back of 16th, so she needs kind of a big game to...
Yeah.
She's another one who's only at 400 for the first 2 games today.
Yeah, there's a pretty good spread there between kind of below 20th and the cut line.
Yep.
And, you know, it makes sense because there's less players in the field this week. We had a sellout field and then a couple of withdrawals this morning, so now we're back down to 58. We're not able to fill those spots.
Yeah, sometimes at tournaments you'll have players waiting around to try to get in the field, but at this event, you know, it's not, they're kind of, you know, off the beaten path a little bit, so. We ended up with 58 instead of 60.
It is a nice change of pace, though. You know, we've had traditional bowling centers, you know, for the first several events, especially since the quote-unquote tour portions kicked off after the Queens. And this is a different kind of event. You know, you have a resort, casino. It's kind of a little bit of a vacation, if you will. Smaller field.
It's nice for the players. Literally walk 30 feet outside the bowling center entrance and you're at the hotel, you know, elevators. So
yeah.
It's nice to be able to relax, not have to drive 20 minutes to your hotel or whatever. So I think the players appreciate the convenience.
Yeah. And there's also no Pro-Am tonight, so
they'll appreciate that as well. They actually get a night off for the first time this season.
Yeah, we're doing the Pro-Am on Sunday this week, and then we also had Kelly Kulik ran a clinic prior to, well, just after practice yesterday. Yeah, Ashley, you know, that's tough because she had the pocket, but she had no chance to carry. And then she makes a ball change and is looking to try to get the ball to go through the pins better. And now she can't hit the pocket.
She's a plus 63 coming into this game. She's going to get a lot of pins back this game.
Yeah, she missed the 4-7 there in the 8th. Very uncharacteristic of her. She's a great spare shooter.
I'm sure Missy would love to get back in the lead. 279 certainly wouldn't hurt the cause. I don't know what Plahowski bowled, but Missy can strike out 278. Seems like Missy's been a little frustrated the last few weeks. I don't think things have really gone her way after a pretty good start.
Yeah, not at all. Very surprising. She made 2 back-to-back shows early in the season, and then 3 straight missed cuts and missed checks. So,
yeah,
you know, you'd be shocked for her to miss 1 check, let alone 3 in a row.
Well, certainly looks like she's pretty hungry this week.
That's the great thing about a tour. You know, you will go through stretches where you struggle, but you can get right back at it the next week and go back to the drawing board. And then, of course, the patterns are different every week. So, you know, Missy made the show in Sacramento, and we're back on a long pattern, and no surprise that she's bowling well.
Stephanie Johnson only going to be at 204 this game, so she's going to lose probably a little bit more ground and move closer to that cut number. Put her right near the bubble with 3 games to go.
Close. She might not have moved off that high flush hit and tried to go to the well one too many times. Deandra with another strike. She can shoot 279. Jamie Martin can shoot 269. Angie Ramirez took out a piece of charcoal on her fill ball and shot 233.
Well, next week we'll be in Detroit, or Canton, Michigan to be more specific, for the PWBA Detroit Open. Another a sold-out tournament, 120 entries next week. And then that'll be followed by the U.S. Women's Open. Still time to get signed up for that event. And that will be in New Jersey. Just not too far from Times Square, only about 45 minutes to an hour drive, maybe.
Yeah.
Down to Times Square.
Oh, yeah.
There. It's not far. It might take you a little bit longer than that to make that drive.
Depends on what time you go.
Depending on the time of day, but it's not that far.
We'd always try to get out to the city whenever we were there at Brunswick Zone Carolier.
Always a good opportunity to try to get some national media attention as well. We're working on some things that hopefully we'll be able to confirm in the next week or so.
Yeah, I've got some cool stuff that we're working on there.
Certainly some potential stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to get everybody's hopes up just yet.
Yeah,
but
no.
Once we get it a little more
We
confirmed.
have had really good media coverage all season, though.
This week might be an exception. It's a little far from Minneapolis. It's hard to get them to drive an hour to come out and cover it, especially with...
It is, but they did a great story on Kelly
They did,
Kulik this
yeah.
week.
The Pioneer Press did a nice story.
The Billie Jean King of bowling. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, Google that. And
we shared it on our Facebook.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had, and Pioneer Press is a pretty big paper too. This is a surprisingly big media market in Minneapolis. I looked it up last night. It's market number 15, which is pretty big.
Yeah. You know, the other thing about Minnesota is...
Deandra was very generous and gave us her highest game of the tournament.
Yeah, not just us. The whole extra frame cadre of fans watching throughout the world.
It was her best game of the tournament, yet it wasn't even the highest game on our featured pairs. Missy Park hit 267.
If Jamie throws one more strike.
Jamie's going to be ahead of her if she strikes again and gets 6 on the fill.
But she did show us that they weren't league condition walled on that shot on the 11th. Got it a little right and washed it out. So she was just, I think that was probably just an area check.
Could be.
Yeah, I can't miss 5 right. Looks like Ashley Galante's making another ball change. It's very game breaker 2-like. And that doesn't carry. It's awfully frustrating. You shoot 160 when you got a couple of 260s on your pair.
Yeah, I imagine it's not fun to watch other people score so high while you struggle with matching up, really.
Yeah. It's frustrating. She's had a frustrating season.
All right, game 3 coming to a close, and we'll have new bowlers coming in here in just a moment for game 4. As Danielle Vandermeer finishes up what will be a big game for her in the 250s. 258 with a strike on her fill. We have 3 more games of qualifying to go at the PWBA Minnesota Open this week.
Shannon is throwing a piece of charcoal. Wow. Thing had dust coming off of it going down the lane.
Might start a fire.
It's working. Maybe that's why Angie tried that on her fill ball.
Yeah, I don't know what Shannon bowled last game. She's already started game 4. No surprise.
She's already in game 5.
First one, yeah, sorry, yeah, exactly. First one done, first one to start the next game, seems like.
She would be if they'd let her bowl by herself. I guess it would be if we'd let her bowl by herself.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Isn't that our call?
Well, Damon's call, I guess.
Yeah,
Damon Soranko.
Well, Damon's got all the power. That's true.
I think this is the game where they make the move just one pair to the right. So we'll have Angie, Carey, Ashley, Deandra, and Jamie again for
that's good.
This game.
I kind of like that. I like seeing how the players adjust. You know, people who watched Ashley Galante bowl this last game probably would say, wow, she sucks. She shot 160. And then usually what happens is they go off camera and shoot 250.
Yeah.
So we'll see how she continues progressing through her adjustments. My guess is she would bowl. I'm putting her down for 230 or better this game.
I'm sure she would take that.
She needs 270.
Yes, she does. 230 would barely even make up for the last game. 15 and 16, Danielle Doherty, Diana Zavialova, Carrie Watson, Jenny Schwab, and Anneli Blomqvist.
Well, you know this pair's got to be hooking a little bit more because Deandra just came off a 260 and looked like she threw a pretty decent shot and 3/6. So of course she plays a little bit more angle through the front part of the lane than some of the other girls on the pair. And also it looked like she might have gotten caught by the lane next to us turning off and back on. It's just the procedure the lanes go through every game. They turn off and then turn right back on when you start a new game. No trouble on the spare with the plastic ball. Danielle Doherty shooting the 6-pin, and then we'll get to watch Diana Zavialova. Number 3 in points going into this tournament. She's trying to get into that top 2, get one of those guaranteed spots in the Tour Championship finals.
And yeah, we update our points leaders on our Facebook and Twitter accounts each week with a graphic, and this week I added the little sideways up and down arrows to show the movement.
Buy or sell.
Stephanie stayed first. Kelly moved up to second. Diana stayed third. Liz moved down to fourth. Liz Johnson moved down to fourth, and Liz Culkin moved down to fifth.
Yeah, and Liz Culkin not bowling this week, so she'll be probably dropping out of the top 5, you would think, but she's locked in already.
Yep.
With a win.
She's trying to get her PBA banner this week in wherever they're at.
Yeah, she just got her PWBA once. Why not? Diana showing the versatility. She's, for the last several weeks, been going really hard and straight, and this week she's in pretty deep and pretty soft with her speed and just leaning on it. So, oh, nice. Okay.
I'm just showing Jason the picture I posted on our USBC Facebook page earlier today. Had a bowling fan send in a picture of his dog working the counter at the bowling center.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And,
okay, is that a Labrador?
I don't know. Or golden retriever or something, maybe.
Okay. My daughter would like going to that bowling center.
See, I almost had 1,000 likes and 162 shares. That's pretty cool.
We got to find a cat.
I know.
That would blow up the internet.
Somebody commented and said that I bet the dog can have no problem getting the shoes, but a bowling ball might be another problem. Can't fetch a ball for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen a dog try to pick up like a frisbee or something? That it's pretty fun. It's kind of sad to watch, actually.
Might be able to kick a light bowling ball, but
yeah,
that's
they could
about
nose it over to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Ashley Galante does here.
You're very excited about what Ashley is going to do here.
Well, it's
in Game 4 to see how she handles the change.
And she must not have been paying attention to Deandra because that ball just dead hooked.
Yeah. You would think that Ashley would be able to get kind of matched up similar to Deandra, but...
Well, I think Ashley's problem this season has been her ball speed's kind of in between. It's been kind of too slow for the short patterns and a little too hard for the long patterns. And she's still got great direction, but she just can't really score and get anything going. It just seems like she'll shoot at 230, 240 here and there, and then run into the 160 on the pair where she just, I mean, basically last game didn't bowl all that bad a game. She just had 2 open frames and couldn't throw any strikes. That's the thing about the Pro Tour. The players are so good that you either need to be, a specialist at what particular thing is working that week, or you need to be an incredibly great shot maker. And, Ashley's kind of in between. She's really good at a lot of different things, but there are players that are better at those things on a given week than she is. And so, and then her expectations are so high that, she starts to worry about her confidence, and then, it just snowballs. I mean, that's what a tour can do to you. And then, she goes back home and she tries to practice these, because she's so talented, she tries to practice these kind of completely different variations on what she's normally comfortable doing. And then, it takes time to get used to those things. Let's ask Tiger Woods. Deandra makes the move and flat 10s, so that means I'm going to probably give it one more shot, maybe make a little bit of a hand adjustment. See if I can get that 10 pin to pop out, and if not, ball change. This pair is just really hooking.
I was just letting them know they had a small mistake on the standings, but it's fixed now, so we're good. Shannon Plahowski, after 9 games, 761 for her first 3 today, in this block. So she's at plus 396. That big game by Missy helped move her up to plus 382. By the way, Missy plus 167 for the first 3 games this morning, and a plus 160 for the first 3 games today. So you can tell where she's getting all of her plus. I mean, that's, what is that? 327 over for for 6 of the 9 games. So it seems like she needs to finish a little bit stronger in her her last 3 games today than she did this morning. Brianna Caldwell at plus 346. Rocio Restrepo moves up to 4th with 774 for the first 3 today, or this block.
Nice.
With that 270 plus game. She's at 328. Sandy Gagora is 5th at plus 312.
She throws the ball incredibly well.
Yes, she does.
Man.
Danielle McEwen plus 306. Diana Sofiolova plus 262. Jackie Carbonetto at 231. Christina Wendell 230. Kayla Bandy 229. Kelly Kulik at 228. So Kelly's kind of been going down a little bit. Liz Johnson at 224. Jody Westner at 210. Stephanie Johnson plus 190. It's a big jump there from 14th to 15th, whereas Beatty is at plus 159 thanks to that big game. Helped move her up into the top 16. And Claire Guerrero still right there at the number at plus 156 with 3 to go. And Elise Bolton is the first out by 4 pins right now.
It looks like a lot of players move closer to the number, but like you said, Kelly moving down, she's moving down in the standings, but she's still keeping the same distance on the cut line. She's
still 70 plus pins ahead of the cut, so she's still in good shape.
Yeah, people are passing her, but she's not losing any ground on the cut number,
which is really all that matters.
Yeah, and there's a few players that are getting themselves in position to try to make a run at the cut going into these last 3 games. Whereas before, I think last game even, there were only probably 4 or 5 that were within 100 of it.
Scores are definitely high though this afternoon, although the average for 16th place has come down a little bit now, 217.33. But the scores at the top of the leaderboard have gone up a little bit. Let's see here, compare what it was. 8th place right now at 225.67 average. It was 226.5, so about the same in 8th place. But you've got Shannon Plahowski averaging 244. Missy Parkin at 242.44. So those numbers definitely have gone way up in this afternoon block. But as a whole, certainly seems like one of the higher scoring patterns of the season so far. Which could make things interesting for tomorrow for the match play. Could see some big numbers put up.
You would think you would, because you know, all the players that'll be left in the field will be playing the lanes properly, and you know, we've obviously seen scores early, so less play out there. The lane should hold up a little bit longer.
32 players will get a check this week. Right now that number is at plus 58.
Angie Ramirez just not trusting the ball. Towards the end of that last game was having issues getting the ball back to the pocket, left a couple of 3-pin combinations, and it seems like ever since then she just hasn't been able to trust the ball out to the left.
Diana with another strike for a double. Diana right behind Stephanie in the stats in terms of number of match play appearances. Diana's made 5 of the 6 cuts to match play this season. Kelly Kulik, Claire Guerrero, Brianna Caldwell, all with 4 match play appearances so far this season. Stephanie Johnson also the only one to cash in every event. She's got 6 cashes.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit misleading. Kelly's cashed in all the events that she's bowled in.
That's true. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely the only player to cash in all of the events.
So what I said was technically correct.
It was, yes. Right.
Now, if you wanted to say a cash ratio or percentage, that would be a different.
We could have that
number.
statistic.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't.
Right now, Stephanie would be 100%, and Kelly would be 100%.
Right.
Danielle McEwen would be 100% because she didn't bowl the first event.
Correct. But we don't need to do that because there's no voting or.
No, exactly. You don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about what anybody thinks. It's just based on the numbers.
Ashley Galante, who we were mentioning earlier and kind of tracking, she made the ball change to that ball that didn't look so good on that last pair, but on this pair I think it will because this pair's hooking so much more.
Well, you had predicted that she was going to shoot 230 plus this game.
I still think so.
Got to throw some strikes.
Yeah. I think that other ball she made a switch to is going to look really good on this pair because this pair's finally hooking enough for that ball to work. And Deandra, that ball change is coming. Just flat 10'd yet again. So this is the kind of stuff you're going to get on that Kelly Kulik DVD that we're working on this week. It's just basically following her around and, explaining, hey, this pair hooks 5 boards more. Here's what I did. I tried to milk it with this ball and make a hand position adjustment, but it didn't work and had to make a ball change. It's a good shot there from Ashley, but then still just not able to carry. And that's just a tiny adjustment. Just a little softer or maybe a little more around the side of the ball to get the ball to come in through the pins a little bit harder on the back. It's definitely the right ball though.
And I would guess that those sort of subtle adjustments are significantly harder to make when you are not bowling at your best, when you're not executing as well as you would like to. Those subtle adjustments can be a little tough to make sometimes and execute. That's kind of sometimes the difference between Ashley's ball reaction and Missy Parkin's ball reaction or something like that.
When you're bowling well, they come second nature, and you see that 10-pin one time and you say, okay, well, I know exactly what happened here, and to make the ball do what I want it to do, I just need to do X, Y, and Z, or maybe X and Y, or maybe just X, and it just happens naturally in your thought process, and you don't really even have to think about it. But when it's not going your way, it is harder to execute, and if you lose the ability to execute at this level, then you don't have much of a chance. Looks like Deandra's going to make that ball change. She's going to make that change, as Michael Jackson once sang. It's fun being right sometimes, Lucas. But it's not that hard to see what the situation is. I mean, she threw that ball she was throwing 3 times and it flat 10 3 times, and she
Yeah,
had to jump 5 left, and it's just a ball change.
Never a good sign when you flat 10.
Right.
You know,
On your
one
on your
time
A shot.
you can say it's, you know.
Yeah.
So 2 times you start to go, wait a minute. 3rd time in a row you have to make a ball change. You got to do something.
And you know, but again, maybe 3 weeks ago when the scoring pace was 205 to make the finals, you maybe stick with that ball a little bit longer because you don't want to give up the pocket. But when the scoring pace is 230, you got to strike. It's fun to watch bowling. Sometimes I go back into my director of operations office and operate things, and I forget there's a bowling tournament going on out here. And then, you know, the fun stuff about bowling that goes into that. Jamie Martin coming off a big game last game. She's got a good game going here. Strike spare turkey.
Let's see where Jamie Martin is in the standings. +22nd place, plus 113. So she needs a good finish.
Yeah, she
could make
chance.
the cut.
She's got a chance. She's got a good look right now. Carrie Smith is in big trouble with where she's playing right now, especially with this pair hooking as much as it is. She was a good 5 right of everybody else.
She's not having a good day either. She's at -85, down in 48th place.
Yeah, she's just in the wrong part of the lane.
One of our biggest fans here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame, Terry Bigham, watching our live coverage today from the Senior Citizens Home in Arlington, Texas. Thank you so much for watching,
yes.
Terry.
Yes.
We know you're a big fan of Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Have an apple juice for us.
Yeah, they don't let him out of his office very often, so it's nice to be able to entertain him from afar.
Well, once again, our leader, Shannon Plahowski, +396. 16th place, Claire Guerrero, +156. Seems like Clara has made a lot of match play appearances this year. She's four match play appearances. Seems like she's always right around that number and getting in.
She's one of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always finds a way to. Seems like to bowl well, regardless of the pattern. Just one of those players who's always hanging around. Well, the 2:30 game looking in jeopardy for Ashley Galante. She needs to strike out for 236.
She does, yeah.
It's still within the wood, but it's a lot of striking when she hasn't shown a whole lot of being matched up.
Yeah, just one more of those taps, and I'm going to lose the no bet that we had.
And Ashley now is, after that last game, is fallen out of position to even get a check. So she needs to do some work just to to get a check this week, sitting at plus 31, 125 pins behind 16th. So that seems like a bit much to overcome, but she's only 27 outside of 32nd to get a check this week.
She made a big run at the Queens the last 3 games to make the finals, so she's capable of it. But again, the issue with her has just been she hasn't shot a lot of low games this year, but she hasn't shot a lot of big games, and she'll run into a 180 or like we saw 160 last game with just the 2 opens, and then she just can't get the wood back. So flat 10 on this lane last time, ring 10 on the other lane frame after that. Let's see what she does here. Wow, that one she just tried to grab it a little bit to get the ball to go through the pins and checked up super early. So my bet is lost, Mr. Wiseman.
Yes, it is.
Jamie Martin not having any trouble, though. She's coming off 258 and easily makes the adjustment on this pair. It's always easier to make that adjustment when you're lined up. If you're lined up going into the pair and they're hooking 4 or 5 boards more, it's easy because you already have your bearings. If you're not lined up in the first place, it's kind of like fishing without a fish finder.
You know who seems pretty lined up is Diana, who is up right now on lane 16, working on 4 in a row. No? The old Wiseman jinx strikes again.
Yeah, that was not her best effort there. This pair is really hooking. And I think they're hooking even more now than they were when they started this game.
Well, we'll see if Jamie Martin can continue her string of strikes here in a moment. She's got 4 in a row. And she does. Looks like she's just being a little bit nicer to it, so she's able to create a little bit of hold.
Deandra and Ashley both a little bit more hand, and they're just not able to get the ball to lay off and get through that front part of the lane. The front part of the lane on this pair is really hooking.
Bowling pretty fast, this squad. Well, much quicker than the average for the tourist this season. I think it has something to do with a lot of striking going on. Less balls going down the lane takes less time.
I agree. It might be also the
and it's a smaller center.
lanes. Yeah, I think
less ground to cover.
Yeah.
Each game in terms of moving.
You're less likely to have that pair that's bowling slow and bogs everybody down.
Yeah.
Blomqvist throws quite a good ball, doesn't she?
Yeah, she bowled at Weber International. She's from Sweden.
She might have had the low rev rate on that team, though. Her rev rate's not low.
Yeah, she was on that team with Diana. Had some success at Weber.
Bowler's best friend.
Another international bowler, Carrie Watson from Canada.
Trips the 4, BBF.
A beautiful Shannon O'Keefe walking past, waving at us. She looks to be all smiles right now. Hopefully that's because she bowled a good game. Usually if Shannon's bowled poorly, she doesn't smile. So smiling is a good sign.
She's very intense.
Might be an understatement.
Yes.
Well, Shannon Pluhowski just shot 269 with an open in the first frame. Went 9 out, spare, sheet for 269. It's almost time for me to start my press release saying Shannon Pluhowski was the qualifying leader at this rate.
Yeah.
I don't know what Missy's bowling. Missy certainly could have put up a big number this game as well to be pretty close.
It's like, you know, when a celebrity gets cancer and everybody starts writing their obituary.
Actually, yeah, Missy can only shoot 205, so it looks like Shannon will create a little bit of distance there. It was 14 pins coming into this game, but it's going to be closer to 75 or so with 2 games to go. Not that it really matters who the qualifying leader is, but it's nice to be in the top spot at the end of the day and have the leg up going into match play. But a lot of games tomorrow, and we certainly have seen throughout the season that anybody who advances to match play seems to have a chance to make the show. We've seen bowlers go from 16th up to at the end of qualifying to make the show at the end of match play, so just have to make the cut.
Yeah, Shannon Pluhowski's pretty impressive. I mean, you know, there's no other lefties that are really, you know, hitting them all that well today. And, you know, we've got Angie Ramirez in front of us, and she's a very good lefty.
Did you count the lefties this week?
I haven't officially counted them. Yeah,
there's less than normal.
Less
even.
than normal.
We've got Shannon Pluhowski and Angie Ramirez and Brandy Silva, and that might be it. I don't know that there's many more than that.
Well, she's very impressive.
She is quite impressive. She has been for a very long time. She's had a tremendous amount of success throughout her career, from her youth days to her college days, Team USA, now professionally.
You know, it's the thing that's been a little sad about the whole lefty-righty debate over the years is that typically when lefties do well, they don't get the credit they deserve, because the assumption is that, wow, well, the left side was easy that week, you won. And it's just not true. I mean, I've seen so many weeks where lefties would not really have a great look, and you'd have one that would have a standout performance and win, and there's really not much they can do to change that perception, unfortunately. And it doesn't really apply only to lefties. You know, you see so many times when a player will bowl a big score or win a tournament, and the assumption is always that, oh, well, they just matched up that week, or it was their pattern, or, you know, and it's just hogwash. Sometimes people bowl well.
Well, it certainly seems like Plahowski is bowling well this week. Like I said, 269 that game, and Missy Parkin, who was the closest to her, only at 194 if she strikes on her fill ball. And Stephanie Johnson only going to be at 185, so she continues to go the wrong direction, creep closer to that cut line. She will knock another 15 pins off of her plus minus and go down to plus 175. So
yeah, she's going to be right around the number.
Going to be real close with a couple of games left. The streak could be in jeopardy.
The streak.
It's like a hitting streak.
The DiMaggio. Yeah.
You got to admit, making a match play appearance in every event would be a very impressive statistic if Stephanie could do it.
Yeah, and this would be the one that you'd think she would make it in, because there's only 60 in the field.
Yeah.
You know, she's made the top 16, which is pretty tough in, you know, events where we've had 80 or more players every week. So
it is the longest pattern of the season. I'm not sure how that matches up to Stephanie's game. Clearly it's not her best pattern so far with 10 games in, but she's not doing poorly.
Yeah, it is a little concerning, because you'd think that she would have gotten her pins early in the block. You know, you'd think that after 3-4 games, you know, she's going to be forced to play inside a fourth arrow, and that's, you know, it's not impossible for her to do, but it's not her favorite thing in the world to do.
It's hard for her to get the same kind of entry angle that some of the other players can get playing in.
Right. She can't get Diana's entry angle and Aaron McCarthy's entry angle or Kelly Kulik's entry angle.
Speaking of Diana's split in the 10th, will inhibit her scoring potential.
Yeah, it's a makeable one, though. And she gets a bad break on the spare. Shoots 2-0.
She's still at plus 266, though.
A little frustrating to have strike spare four-bagger on a pair and walk away with 2-0. You're thinking 280 going into the 7th frame, and made a little bit of a bad shot in the 7th, and then a bad shot in the 10th.
Only 2 games left in qualifying this week. As we wrap up game 4 of 6 in our second round. scores had been pretty high in this block on 17 and 18 before this game. And these ladies have kind of brought it to a screeching halt, with the exception of Jamie Martin.
Yeah, it just looks like this pair is starting to burn up a little bit. And I don't know if that's just this pair, if that's happening across the house. I would suspect it's happening across the house. Although Jasmine Snell shot 279 this game.
Yeah, I was just looking at that too.
But
she needed it. She was only at plus 30, so it gets her to plus 109 and at least gives her a crack at maybe making the top 16 if she can have a couple of big games like that to close it out.
Looks like Lindsay Boomershine shot 240 this game, so she's going to be right around that alternate spot.
We get tournament leader Shannon Plahowski this game, along with Trista Kims, Lindsay Siegel, Clara Guerrero, and Kayla Strom. Kayla Stram, sorry. So we start game 5. Shannon Plahowski never, ever waits to get started. She always steps right up and is ready to go as soon as those names pop up.
Can't argue with results.
Yeah, she doesn't, especially when you're bowling well, you don't have to spend a whole lot of time thinking. You can just get up there and execute shots.
Right.
Kind of get into a rhythm and repetition and let it go from there. And, you know, very few lefties in the field. You would think pair to pair they wouldn't change a tremendous amount for her.
Clara starting off with a strike. Deandra bailing out 203 that game.
I'll put Deandra at plus 162.
Right on the edge.
Yeah, she'll be right there near the number with 2 to go. Deandra brought Madden and Jersey with her kids. Drove 6.5 hours from Chicago up here. She, during the first game this morning, Jersey, who's not very old, was standing back here and just yelling to her mom, saying, "Hi, Mom." Just kept yelling at, "Hi, Mom." Deandra's like, "Hi, Jersey." Try to bowl. Mom's working right now.
You're not on camera. I'm the one supposed to be saying hi.
But it was cute. It's hard to it's hard to ignore when you cute little daughters back here yelling, "Hi, Mom," watching you do what you do for a living. I know Deandra likes to have the kids around when she can.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I actually invited my son to Wichita because I drove, and he said, "No way, Dad, I'm going to play video games." Of course, I'm not bowling, so yeah. He doesn't want to watch me administrate a tournament. Don't blame him.
I guess he could bring the video games on the road with him and could have spent the whole time at the hotel.
He could have. He didn't want to wake up at 5 a.m.
Oh, that's the real issue right there.
Right.
If it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he probably would have.
Yeah, if it was staying up till 5 a.m., he'd
Sure.
be in for that, but which we kind of do as well. But
Well, final shots of Game 4 on 17 and 18 is Game 5 already underway on 15 and 16. Ashley finally finds a double out there.
Jamie Martin shoots 221, so she'll be high on the pair. 180 for Ashley Galante.
Looks like everybody's done with that fourth game, so we should get an update pretty quick on the standings. I think our pair was the last pair to finish, actually.
Yep, you have Kathy Wadka in the tournament office. She always is trying to outdo herself.
That's right.
Getting the scores up as quickly as possible. She's kind of, you know, the kid in, or the scene in A Christmas Story when they're changing the flat tire and the old man always tries to break his record of. That's Kathy.
17 and 18, Brittany Himmelrich, Holly Harris, Erin McCarthy, Jody Wessner. It's only 4 on that pair. As I'm sure they will make up some time, as they were the last pair to start, but only 4, so they'll go pretty quick.
Got a good story about Brittany Himmelreich. She was bowling in the Pro-Am a couple of weeks back, and the pair that she was scheduled to bowl on for Game 3 broke down in the middle of Game 2. So that group had to wait until another pair was finished. And then another player, Mariana Ayala, finished out Game 2 with the amateurs. And Brittany waited all the way until the end, plus the time it took to finish Game 2, and bowled with the amateurs for Game 3, and ended up finishing a good hour and a half later than everybody else. Got done about 11 p.m. and amateurs said they had a great time, and said Brittany couldn't have been a better host. So that's what it's all about out here. Ladies are great ambassadors for the sport of bowling. Remember, this pair here on the right is hooking more, so just to pay attention to how the ladies do in their first couple of frames. See how quickly they can make that adjustment.
Well, we got updated standings, and Shannon Puchowski plus 465. Almost, what, a 91 pin lead, that's what it looks like, on Missy Parkin, who's in second at plus 374. Danielle McEwen at plus 363, and Brianna Caldwell rounds out the top 4 at plus 360. Fifth place, Sandy Gongora, plus 332. She seems like she's been camped out in fifth all day. Rosia Restrepo at plus 320, Kayla Bandy at 276, Diana Safiolova 266, Kelly Kulik at 243, Liz Johnson in 10th place at plus 238, Jody Wessner at 233, Christina Wendell plus 230, Jackie Carbonetto plus 226, Elise Bolton at plus 196, Lindsay Boomershine plus 184, and 16th place as Trista made that split there. 16th place is Jody Gaulick at plus 178. Clara Guerrero drops out, as does Stephanie Johnson, as does Deandra Esbady. Clara at plus 177, Stephanie plus 175, and Deandra plus 162. So 3 of our top 16 have dropped out after that last game.
Yeah, and we also should mention Erin McCarthy, who's on our featured pair. She's at 145 going into this game, just 33 back of the cut. So this is a big game here for her with only 1 more to go after this.
Yeah, Erin sitting about 33 pins back of the number right now. Pretty big jump from, let's say, 13th place down to 17th. It's almost 50 pins. So you got certainly 3 spots up for grabs for sure. And you got a number of players, including Shannon O'Keefe at plus 138, Jamie Martin plus 134, and Megan Kelly plus 127, all within distance of the cut with 2 games to go. And Shannon Plahowski at 1030 for the first 4 games in this block. That is a pretty big number.
Yeah, it's just short of 260.
It's just short of 260, yeah. And she shot 1435 in the first round today. And so looks like she's easily going to top that. Would only need 405 for her last 2 games to beat that. The way she's going, you would expect her to shoot 505.
She very well could. I mean, you know, again, being on the left side, she's not going to run into a huge amount of transition. So this might be a good setting up to be another good week for her.
And you would think that Plahowski, while she has a good feel in this block, would probably love to go 260 to close out this block and put a little bit of distance between herself and 5th place so that she has at least a little bit of room to work with tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like what we saw Amanda Green do last week. She took a huge lead into match play, and there were times when she looked a little shaky and would give away a little bit of her lead, but then she would come back and, you know, shoot a couple of big games and get a little bit more cushion back in front of her in second. And it's nice to have that, because you're not gonna shoot 250 every game, and you know, as soon as you make a mistake, you know, you're gonna have players running you down, and it's nice to have that little bit of cushion. I know Mark Baker used to say that Marshall Holman used to make the TV show during qualifying. You know, he would be right out of the gate, just as intense as could be, and you know, he'd put a 200-pin lead on the field after qualifying, and he would pretty much lock himself on the show just by virtue of where he qualified.
Just kind of cruise the rest of the way.
Yeah.
A little harder in this format to do that, but certainly possible. It's kind of what Amanda Green did last week, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, she was so far ahead of second. You know, she was basically almost locked on the show. You know, she was a good 200 or 300 pins ahead of the show going into match play. Nice adjustment there by Clara. Got in a little deeper and a little softer with the ball speed, a little bit more tilt.
Getting my Shannon Pluhowski photo cropped and ready for the website.
I think that's a smart move. Aaron McCarthy's fun to watch. Gotta have some kind of nickname for it. Does Aaron have a nickname?
Muffin.
Muffin?
Yep. That's what her mom calls her, Muffin.
Muffin, okay. Why is that?
I have no idea.
We got to come up with a better nickname than Muffin. I mean, not to
I was
disparage Mrs. McCarthy. But
I watched Erin as she walked past, and she had her backpack on, and her backpack was like 3 times the size of her.
okay.
As she walked past.
Yeah.
Erin is not a very big person.
She's not. But she throws a big ball.
She does. Yep.
Like maybe we could nickname her McBoom or something. That'd be kind of cool.
McBoom.
Yeah. It's better than Muffin.
If there's one thing you can be assured of is that Aaron McCarthy does not have a muffin top.
No.
Not even close.
Definitely not.
Exact opposite.
No. She could eat all the muffin tops she wants.
Yeah, I'll have to ask her why, where that name came from, that nickname.
Yeah, I understand. My daughter's nickname is Cookie. So,
I like cookies.
Right.
Who doesn't like a cookie?
Exactly. When she was a baby, we used to call her Baby Cookie, and then it just became Cookie.
Now it's just Cookie, huh?
Yeah. And then there's 100 different variations of Cookie.
Will she advance to the Cookie Monster?
She was at one point.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Maybe that was the Terrible Twos.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Well, we've got a game and a half to go here in qualifying at the PWBA Minnesota Open.
Shannon has a great spare technique for shooting spares. She just throws her strike ball and throws kind of a semi-backup ball at it.
Another good game in the works for Pluhowski. 118 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. Going at around a 220 pace.
Clara's showing off her versatility. Not thrilled with the ring 10 though. Did you say what Trista was at? I mean, she could really probably strike a lot on this right now. The front part of the lane hooking so much. Not having a great...
Minus 144,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
She probably had a tough time on the fresh. You know, that's the thing. I mean, everybody's gonna have their favorite kind of moments, and you've got to figure out how to keep yourself in the tournament until you get to that. And that's like for Jason Belmonte, he has to figure out a way to hang in there on the fresh until they open up and he can just get left of everybody and throw his boomerang. And just the opposite for a guy like Walter Ray. He's going to try to get his pins early and then hang in there when they start to hook. McEwen is just off to our left, just kind of quietly going along in 3rd place. think Erin got word of her new nickname.
Did she look back at him? Erin, a non-fat muffin is what she says.
That's good. Yeah. It's still not quite there yet, though.
No, I mean, I guess if it's is it possible for a person's body fat percentage to be negative numbers? If so, Erin might be close.
That's true. That's true. She's also a nurse.
Yes, she is.
So I think it'd be kind of cool if she had like a hospital-themed jersey. Don't you think that'd be neat, like a Red Cross or something?
Needles and IVs and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, like all white with a Red Cross and needles and Band-Aids, and that'd be pretty cool.
I'll let you suggest that one to her.
Yeah, we got to find a way that incorporates muffin and nurse and boom into her nickname. Anybody have any suggestions on that? Just fire them off on Twitter. You know, Jeff Goodger was always the best at naming things.
Is he like the Chris Berman of bowling?
Well, no, he's more. He'd be great. Well, he's great at a lot of things, but including kicking my butt at bowling. But the thing that he's really great at is working in multiple entendres into the phrasing of things. Like when we did our show, The Bowling Center. There were so many entendres in that title that, you know, most people assumed it was just a ripoff of SportsCenter, which it was, but it also meant it was the center of the bowling universe, and it also was a reference to bowling centers, the places that you bowl in, and it also referred to that kind of struggle for respect that bowling tried to gain by calling the places where you bowl at bowling center. So, you know, it had like 10 different meanings in it, and all it was just 3 words. So if somebody can come up with a name for Erin McCarthy that had 10 different meanings, we want to hear it. So Jeff Goodger, if you're out there, you've got a new challenge.
I don't know if you saw Shannon Plahowski's last strike in the 7th. It was right smack on top of the head pin.
She doesn't have a lot of room out there. I mean, she's whacking him right now, but she doesn't have a ton of room, and you know, she doesn't get it just right. You know, she flat 7 there in the 6th frame, so it's not like she's scouting messengers every frame. She's just making a lot of really good dead flush shots, just like that. Bang. I just thought of a nickname for Erin McCarthy, but it's so awesome that I'm afraid that our viewers might not be able to handle it.
All right, here, I will. I'm going to mute us so you can tell me. Okay, we're back on now, and just be glad that I muted it there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
If you think it's good, we'll go public with it.
Oh, goodness.
Should I be?
Well, you could say it and then see how long it takes for her to turn around and look at you because somebody has texted her.
Oh yeah, that's coming. It's coming as soon as.
All right, I'll let you call her next shot on on the left lane, and you can use your new nickname for her. I don't know that it's gonna stick.
Okay.
But
well, I know try. People are waiting on the edge of their seats.
Yeah. Using my 2 semesters of sign language that I learned to communicate with Lindsay Siegel, who actually knows sign language and actually teaches students who are deaf.
That's very cool.
Looks like she'll be, well, she's actually on her pair right now. She's rolling pretty good this game. She's actually was signing with one of the fans behind us.
Okay. Do you understand what she was saying?
I wasn't really paying attention, but you know, I know a little bit of sign language from the 2.5 semesters that I took, basically.
Yeah, I know a couple. She didn't use any of the symbols that I'm familiar with.
I'm guessing the ones that you're familiar with are not actually sign language.
Probably not.
All right, here's Erin McCarthy. Your chance
to unveil her new nickname.
Unveil the nickname.
Yeah. She's got to strike, though, in order to earn it. Got a possible 258. Uh-oh, it's got a chance. Oh.
What a shot by
Revy McMuffin.
Revy McMuffin.
Yep.
All right.
Does she look like a Revy McMuffin to you?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, the Revy part fits.
It's going to be a new sandwich at McDonald's.
I was going to say, she should be sponsored by the Golden Arches at McDonald's. Might solve her shirt design.
Yeah.
Put some McDonald's.
We'll have to take a percentage of the royalties on the name for coining it. Let's see how long it takes to get that text.
Well, it looks like she's already up again, so maybe a while.
Okay.
Before she gets on her phone.
Poor old Revy gets the message. Jody Westner has a good game going here. She can shoot 245.
Currently in 11th place.
Kayla Stram got into the tournament at the last minute. Had a couple of withdrawals this morning, and Kayla lives nearby and was able to get into the tournament.
Sean St. Clair on Twitter sent his suggestion for an Aaron McCarthy nickname. And let's see, Aaron working on 3 in a row. Aaron Boomberry Muffin McCarthy.
Wow, I like it.
Boomberry.
That's good. I think I even like it better than Revy McMuffin.
Boomberry Muffin.
That's good.
I like it.
Well,
good
he
job,
used
Sean.
all the criteria that
Yep.
I gave them, too. So that
He did.
Yeah, I broke my own rules, which is probably not good for someone who wrote the rule book. Shannon misses there, first shot in the 10th, and you can see she doesn't have a huge amount of room out there, Lucas. I mean, she gets it a little left and hit 3 pins, and she gets a little right, and it goes through the nose, and she's just making spares and making a lot of great shots. I mean, this game, she hasn't really done a whole lot, and she's going to shoot 230 with the spare and some decent count. Jody with another strike. Shannon, no trouble with the 369.
She's going to add another 35 pins to her plus minus, it looks like. Get her right at plus 500.
Yeah.
She's easily going to have the highest qualifying total of the season so far.
It was Amanda last week.
She averaged about 238.
Okay. She got close to 500, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 7 again, so Blahowski will be plus 497.
That'll work.
She will definitely still be in the lead.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to watch her bowl tomorrow.
Missy is all the way on the end pair, it looks like. Can't quite see what her score is. It looks like she's bowling pretty well. Can't make it out though. These monitors are a little small. I think she can shoot 247. Could be wrong. Need some binoculars.
Yeah. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. Even with my glasses. Boomberry Muffin with a strike.
Oh, she's looking at us now. I think she must have heard. Oh, it's Jody Wessner who's feeding her the information.
I gotcha. She got a spy.
Yeah, got a go-between there.
That's nice. She's fun to watch. She was incredibly impressive at the Queens this year. Just demolishing her last several opponents. When she gets it going, man, she can strike.
Well, that strike looked like it came straight off the boomberry tree.
Yeah, it did. It did.
She's going to shoot 250 this game. Actually helps her out a lot. She was only a she was plus 145, but she was 33 outside of the cut.
Yeah, that's probably going to get her into the number.
At least pretty close.
And it's always nice going into that last game being lined up. Much rather go into that last game off a 250 than a 170.
Aaron doesn't want to get near the microphone.
You want a shirt? She said she's going to get a jersey to match the nickname.
Nice.
Yeah.
It sounded like she was talking about an exploding muffin.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, Aaron. You've just been extra framed.
See what I mean about the backpack on her, though?
Oh, yeah. It's bigger than her.
It's like triples her size.
Yeah. That's another new term, extra framed.
You got extra frame.
It's like being framed to go to prison.
Well, just a couple more shots to go here in Game 5. Got one game left.
Making a nice conversion of that washout to bail this game out. Would have made it a little rough going into that last game off, looking at 240 and then shooting 2-0. Now she'll at least be in the 220s with the 9 count or better. And he's going to get a look at another piece of equipment.
.221, that'll move Jody up to plus 254. She should be in pretty good shape to make the cut. She bowls a solid last game.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be around 200 here going into the last game, so she's got 50 pins to play with.
Game 6 on 15 and 16 is going to be Brianna Caldwell, Shannon O'Keefe, Elise Bolton, Sandy Gongora, and Catherine Sutphin. Anne-Marie Dugan, Jody Gowlick, Cassandra Luthold, and Sarah Locher joining us on 17 and 18 for this final game. Still have at least one pair still finishing up this last game. A couple of more pairs to finish game 5, so it'll be a few minutes before we get started with, or get our standings for that last game.
Man, Sandra Gongra throws one heck of a ball.
Gongora.
Yes. We have to come up with a nickname for her. Can you fall in love with somebody just by watching him throw one shot? Man.
That's up to your wife.
Yeah. Speaking of throwing it great, Shannon O'Keefe, I've said many times, she might have the most perfect bowling form in the sport. Just the next time you see her fall off balance on a shot will be the first.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
She's an athlete through and through.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have a nice, exciting finish here coming down the stretch once we get our 11-game update. I think there's probably going to be at least 2 or 3 players on our featured pairs that will have a chance. Including Elise Bolton, who was 196 over going into game number 11.
Still one pair that's in the 10th frame.
Okay.
For game 5, so going to be a little bit before we get the update. Kathy's quick, but she's not that quick. Got to wait till everybody's done holding.
She has to have the scores done first.
But we'll have them pretty quick after they finish. We got a couple of we have 2 foursomes out there, which helps to kind of make some pairs go a little bit faster. And those foursomes, every once in a while, they might follow each other a game and make things go pretty quick.
Yeah, this pair we've got Katie Sutphin, who she's made quite a few finals this year and kind of struggled in the match play. And Brianna Caldwell as well. She's had some really good qualifying rounds and made quite a few finals, and just hasn't kind of figured out how to thrive in the match play environment just yet on tour. And it's a little different. You know, the lanes will play a little different, and they don't break down and transition the same way. And Brianna likes to go left to right, and that's typically not what works in match play. for the most part. But she's going to figure it out. She'll figure it out, and she'll learn what she needs to do to succeed in that final portion of the tournament.
Yeah, she led qualifying a few weeks ago and ended up not making the finals, not making the show.
Right. It's definitely different. You have to play a little further to the right than you did in qualifying, and typically when you lead the tournament, you have such a good look from left that you want to get there as quickly as you can, and in match play you just can't do that. You've got to be comfortable playing out to the right. But, you know, I know she can play out there. And the Queens, you remember she won quite a few matches by moving out to the right and playing up the gutter when nobody else was really out there. So you know she can do it. With a tripped 4, and she's probably going to need a bit of a game here, depending on what she did in game 11. So it looks like Shannon shot 2-0 her last game, so she's going to need a real big one this game. She probably can't miss till the first shot in the 10.
Yeah, she probably needs to shoot 270.
Yeah,
get there. We'll see when the scores get updated here in just a minute.
Yeah, so far
shouldn't be long.
So far so good. She's still alive.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you yeah. Well, you know, these players, she's not thinking in her mind anything other than going off the sheet and making the finals. So, you know she's going to give it a run. And, you know, I think she has a pretty decent look. And she got that break in the third. She'll make a little adjustment off that. She, you know, wouldn't be her first 290.
No, that's for sure. And we also know that Jody Golick was right near the number. She's on our featured pairs as well. She was 16th after 10 games. So we're just waiting for the update to come in, which should come in shortly. Should have us update any second now. It's updated on the big board here in the bowling center, so that's a good sign.
Oh, yeah. Anne-Marie Dugan with spare there in the fourth. Hall of Famer. Had her on our broadcast a couple weeks back. Helped out with the commentary for the step ladder. She's had a good season. Hit a couple finals.
All right, so we have the update now. Gluchowski at plus 497, Missy Parkin at plus 409, Sandra Gongora plus 400, and Danielle McEwen at plus 368. That's her top 4. 5th place, Brianna Caldwell at 352, Rocio Restrepo at 334, Kayla Bandy at 311. Kelly Kulik is next in 8th place at plus 288. Jody Wessner at plus 254, Jackie Carbonetto 241, Liz Johnson at 239, Diana Zafialova 227, Christina Wendell and Stephanie Johnson tied at 208, Erin McCarthy at plus 203, and Deandra Asbeatty 16th at plus 185. Guess who's 17th right now?
Oh, no.
Lindsay Boomershine.
Oh, no.
Plus 184 with a game to go. Jody Gaulick plus 180. Elise Bolton is at plus 178. Clara Guerrero at plus 152. Jasmine Snell and Shannon O'Keefe at plus 145. So Shannon O'Keefe 40 pins out of the number with 1 game to go. Elise Bolton also pretty close, only 7 back. And Jody is just 5 pins back with 1 game left.
Yeah, we said we'd have an exciting finish right in front of us here.
Yeah, we got at least 3 of the players that are hovering near the number. Of course, we won't know anything. I mean, these players are all, well, we're in the 5th frame now, and we've got some pairs that are just in the 2nd frame, so they're going to finish a good 4 frames ahead of everybody else, or ahead of those, at least one other pair. So we won't know until this final sheet comes out, probably, who's made it. So right now the cut number is right at plus 185. If you base it on an average and you add another 16 pins to that, it gets you to plus 201. So probably you're guessing the cut number might be around 200 over, if you had to guess. So considering that, Shannon O'Keefe would need to shoot 255 to get to that number. You would think to even have a chance.
Yeah, I would even guess maybe a little higher.
Yeah, it's always hard
There's
to
just
tell.
so many players that can shoot a big game this game. You gotta figure one of those players that are 178 or above are going to shoot 240, and then you're probably going to have it could be 220.
It could, yeah, it certainly could.
Yeah.
But if you look at it strictly based on average, but that's not always what happens, especially in the last game of a block when the players start to press a little bit to put up a big number. The number can jump a little bit more the last game.
Right. I mean, if it were me bowling, I'd want to get to 220.
Yeah. Oh, to feel safe. Yeah, I think so too. I think 220 you're in. Shannon O'Keefe, every shot very important for her. 4 in a row now. She looks pretty loose and happy and having a good time out there.
She's got a chance, man. She tripped the 4 in the 3rd, and that was the break she needed, and then she made a good adjustment there and just went dead pack flush. So she's got both lanes. Yeah, I think the only thing that's going to stop her would be, some kind of tap.
Elise Bolton's another one who needs to get it going here. She is 7 pins outside of the cut number right now with this final game left. Gets the carry on the 10 pin. It's a double open double start for Elise.
I mean, this is the fun part right here is, you know, needing to shoot a big game that last game to make the cut.
It's fun if you do it. It's not so fun if you do it and it's still not enough. That can be kind of heartbreaking.
Well, there's not a lot of better feelings. I mean, leading's a good feeling, but I think you almost feel better when you shoot a big game that last game to make
it in. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Happens pretty frequently. Happened last week. Jackie Carbonetto and Samantha Shaden both shot 230 the last game to make it in.
Yeah, it's awesome. Such a big confidence builder, too.
Looks like Jackie's going to make the cut again this week.
Wow.
A little high.
Yeah, she's just a little bit off. I mean, she's very close, but and that ball that she's throwing, I mean, she throws it so hard, she needs a little surface to get the ball to pick up a little bit, but she's probably pretty close to being on the edge of having to make a ball change. Unfortunately for Shannon, she ran into that tap there in the 6th, so she's going to need to go off the sheet and probably get a little bit of help if she's going to make the cut. She can still get to 214 if she were to throw the next 6.
Plus 214, yep. And Deandra right now is the one that's being hunted. 16th place.
And she's down on the low end.
So I don't see her anywhere close to us.
Yeah.
And then Erin McCarthy is down on the last pair. And looks like
Boomberry Muffin.
Boomberry Muffin. Looks like strike open.
Turkey.
Turkey spare, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. 107 in the 5th. It's either 107 or 97. I can't quite make it out.
Well, if it's strike open turkey, it would be 107.
Yeah, I think it is 107.
Yeah. I'm sure the viewers love listening to us speculate on
what the score
is 8 pairs away.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had our Merrick live scoring this week, but because this is a casino and there's a lot of security concerns, they didn't want to have that software installed on their system here. So I don't blame them. Got to be very careful when you're talking about gaming commissions and regulations and stuff like that.
It's like that bug that goes up Keanu Reeves' nose in the Matrix and gets stuck in his body. You know, it's kind of scary. Sandra moved left, and it's probably ball change time. She's got a pretty nice cushion, so
yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she probably doesn't want to mess with it too much. I've never
plus 400.
I don't know her game that well. I was falling in love with her game just here because I haven't really watched her bowl that much. But I'm not sure if she can gear down a little bit and slow the ball down. So it seems like to me she needs to get a little further left and just soften up a touch, and then she'd be right back on the strike train.
Yeah, Yeah, she's usually pretty high energy all the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of her game.
Yeah. But, I mean, you know, look, it's like in basketball. You can't teach tall, and you can't teach, you know, a 48-inch vertical. So she's got the high end of the spectrum. You can always go down. You know? You know, if you have a 240 rev rate, you can't throw it like Robert Smith. Okay? So she's got the high end of the spectrum. You know, learning how to gear it down a little bit shouldn't be too hard. And if she's, oh man,
that was brutal.
Kidding me.
Brutal 7-pin for Shannon O'Keefe. She can't afford to leave things like that.
I mean, that hit right, that's right up there with the Stone 8 in my book.
Oh yeah, blowout 7 is
yeah.
just brutal.
And like the one Belmo left to lose that roll off to Brian Zeisig at the Plastic Ball Championship.
At least Bolton's still hanging in there with a chance to make the cut as well. Only 7 back of as Beatty.
Yeah, she's got a turkey going here. Still possible 266, but long way to go.
I just saw Deandra taking a timeout to talk to Hank Boomersheim. I don't know what her score is, but it's usually not a good sign when the bowler is going back to the ball rep.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but based on my many, many hours of watching bowling,
you have.
I can tell you that's usually not. That's usually not a good sign.
Yeah.
And
you know,
at
the
least
best case.
At least just Greek Church, by the way. That's going to hurt her chances.
Best case scenario is that she's, you know, shooting 2-0 and she's just trying to figure out how to get the ball through the pins a little better. That miss there by Shannon's probably going to be, I mean, she's going to be a little short. Best she can shoot now, 247. That would get her to 192.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
She's going to need to do a lot of idle rubbing to make it with that score.
Elise can still shoot 227 even with that open, and that would get her to 205. That would be near the number potentially.
It would be in the ballpark.
Looks like Erin McCarthy's not really doing a whole lot. She had that early triple and then all spares since then.
Yeah, it looks like a low 2-0 pace for her. She could still shoot 220 something.
Which would be enough. I think if she shoots, can shoot 210, she's probably good.
Yeah.
I think Deandra is kind of the wild card in this situation.
Ugh. Yuck.
5-pin.
Stone cold 5-pin. What's Megan Kelly at? Oh, she dropped down, but she's got spare 5-bagger. I mean, she shoots 290. She gets to 209. That might be enough.
Just had a tweet come in from Mr. Straightball at Mr. Straightball Bakes. Says, like Walter Ray Williams can't rev it like E.J. Tackett, we do not ask Robert Smith to gear it down like Butch Soper. How about a Butch Soper reference there?
Yeah, nice.
Twitter. Both are unrealistic. Yeah, it would be hard to ask Robert Smith to throw it like Butch Soper. I'm not sure how many of the youngsters out there even remember Butch Soper. Yeah. It's been a while since he's been out there.
I always thought that there would be somebody that would come along that would be able to do all those things and would be kind of the Super Bowler, if you will. And it's never really happened. You know, Belmo's amazing at what he does, but pretty much I'll take Norm Duke every time on a short pattern.
Yeah. Oof. Brutal 8-pin. We've seen that 8-pin so often today.
But Robert was pretty good on short patterns. He had a run there on the, it used to be pattern E, which is now Cheetah, where he was unbeatable. Every time they put that pattern out, he'd win. And you'd think, you know, if you watch Robert throw the ball, you'd think, well, Robert wouldn't do that well on the short patterns. His rev rate's too high. But he could also throw it 23 miles an hour. So
just overpower it.
And then, of course, he's one of the all-time best at playing in. So he was pretty versatile. Still is.
Before we finish up here, since we're in the 10th frame, I'm just going to run down and take a sneak peek on what Deandra's doing real quick so we can at least give the viewers kind of an idea going into the cut.
Well, we mentioned Jody Golick. She's at 180 over, and she can shoot 223. So that would get her to 203. Megan Kelly with another strike just off to our right. She's got spare 6-bagger. She can get to 209. Elise Bolton can shoot 227. That would put her at 205. Clara Guerrero was at plus 152, and she's still got a possible 266. So that would put her at 218. So there's still a lot of scenarios that can play out over the next few minutes here. Huge shot here for Jody Golick. She cured it. Great shot. Nice sportsmanship there by Shannon O'Keefe.
Well, Deandra had was clean through 5, no doubles, and just through a split 6th.
Okay.
So she's at like 106 in the 6th, and it looked like Lindsay Boomershine had the chance to strike out for 250, but I think she just left a single pin, so she can get into the 230s.
Okay. Jody Golick, that was a huge shot there. She's going to be
the 10 out
in the 2 teens, or actually 2-1, 12 if she makes it, and she'll get to 192. Megan Kelly can get to 209. She wasn't even on the radar going into this game.
Yeah, that's why it's hard to figure out cut numbers at the end of a squad. Well, the good news is it will not be too long before you find out at pwba.com/live once we're off the air and they verify all the scores. Erin McCarthy, I can't quite tell what she's going to shoot. Looks like 190, 2-0, something like that.
Yeah, it looks like she opened in the night.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's not good.
So that could put her in jeopardy potentially. She doesn't look very happy. She put 187.
It looks like it, yeah. Looks like 187.
So that would put
She's
her
out.
at 190. I think that she might have just bowled her way out.
I think so.
She just punched her backpack.
Yes.
That's not a good sign.
She's still, as odd as that might sound, she still might sneak in. As Deandra's falling off. Lindsay's going to go in.
Well, Lindsay's got a little work to do. She can go 230 if she strikes out. Put her at plus around 215 or so. Megan Kelly's taking it to the 10th frame with a chance to go around Erin.
Yeah, that's crazy. Spare 8-bagger. And Shannon and her are both kind of looking around and doing the math.
Of course, we don't know what Christina Wendell shot. We don't know what Stephanie Johnson had. We only have a couple of more bowlers to finish up here on our featured pairs. As qualifying coming to a close here at the PWBA Minnesota Open. Shannon Pluhowski can strike out for 244 this game, going into the 10th.
She's more cheerleader this game than bowler. She wants Megan to...
It's Megan to make it.
They're having a good time right now. Just trying to keep Megan loose.
Well, we know Elise is not going to make it. 184 for her.
And Clara can shoot 266. So that would get her in. She'd be plus 218.
Well, that's our last shot on our featured pairs. It's going to be a while before we know.
Sure, yeah. We
still have half a game to bowl down on the low end.
We do have the opportunity to catch Megan in the periphery of our camera here, just to the right of those posts.
Yeah, it's hard to get a good angle on it because of the...
Yeah, the posts are going to block
post
the
causes
view.
problems.
But might be kind of cool to just see her reaction if she gets the strikes.
Got a camera pointed that general direction.
Yeah, there we go. So Megan's going to be up after Mariana Ayala and have a chance to maybe get herself into the finals. She's got spare 8-bagger. She was way back going into this game. 66 pins off the number, and now has a chance maybe to get herself into the finals.
Yeah, you never know. It's a game to go. A lot of people put up a big number and make it in. Sandy wants to say something. Yeah, go ahead, say it. She says hi to all of the Mexicans who are watching.
Maybe they're not even like listen, or maybe they're not even watching. But
There's Megan.
I felt good.
Megan, another strike.
Yeah.
Looking to get to 290 this game, which would put her at plus 209. And early indications are that might be enough.
Well, you're going to be able to also see Clara Guerrero on the right of where Megan's bowling.
We see Jackie Carbonetto right now. She can shoot 268 this game. She was already well within the number. Clara is going to bowl off the distance after Megan goes, it looks like.
Well, she knows she's watching Megan because she can go around Megan, and Megan can put a lot of pressure on her if she strikes here.
If Megan doesn't strike here, we're going to have a mess right around the number. It's going to be real close to a lot of people.
Wow.
What a shot.
And now Clara in the very right of our screen, you'll see her. She has to strike here to have a chance to stay ahead of Megan. And the 7-pin stays up.
Did it stay up?
Yes.
Wow. It's a bad break. Looked like a pretty good shot.
It wiggled it.
So that means that Clara is going to be in the 240s?
245 if she goes spare strike.
And that would put her at plus 197.
Oof, that's going to be close.
We don't know what Deandra did. Deandra still has at least 3 frames, I think.
Yeah, or Lindsay, right?
Yeah, Lindsay's done. I don't know what she had. Well,
Megan,
a good finish for Megan. Gets a split on the fill for 288.
Wow.
So a great finish from Megan Kelly, and that's going to wrap things up for us. It's too close to call to know who's going to make it in, but we will have the update for you at PWBA.com, and probably, I would say, in the next half hour. And Shannon Plahowski, 244 that last game to cement her lead going into match play tomorrow. So we'll have a little recap on the tournament today with a quote from Shannon on PWBA.com in just a little bit. So thanks for tuning in today. Jason Thomas, thanks for sitting in, keeping us company this afternoon. And we'll be back on tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central Time with match play here at the PWBA Minnesota Open.